yeah, today I am really looking forward to this stream because we are hopefully gonna get a model moving, I hope. So, yeah, hello everyone. It might be a little bit shorter than usual because I kind of hurt my back a little bit this morning. I think I had a bad posture and I did some stuff and it hurts a little, but it's not too bad now. I am trying to get a good posture, so so my back is supported, and I might do some of the stream standing up because I have a standing desk. I haven't done that in a long time. So actually, what's going on with the speaker? It's like falling over. My desk is such a mess right now. Okay, make sure nothing falls over if I lift the desk. All right, so since for those who weren't here last stream, I got the basic model topology rendering, the actual model shape with all the parts in the right place, in the right order. But we don't have clipping yet, we don't have parameters, we don't have motion, we don't have anything. So let's actually, how about we first start by making a to-do list of things to do. So let me say hi to everyone and let's get going. Hello, Astro Sango. Hello. Wait, is that Sango? Hello, Sango. Nice to see you here. Hello, Javier. Hello, Wolfo. Hello, Merchant. Hello, Adriana. Hello. Hello, Selena. Hello. Hello, Kurobu. Hello, Zelonix. Hello, Exastery. Hello, Shai. Hello, Oirza. Hello, Thatch. Oni. Hello, Wolfo. Hello, MGK. Hello, everyone. So yeah, without further ado, let's to-do.md. Let's make a file here and let's get started. Let me make sure that everything is clean and safe. I don't have any weirdness going on, but I think we are good. All right, let's go. Why is this open? All right, so still have a bunch of tabs open from when I was debugging. Of all things, my editor freaking out yesterday due to a bug in an LSP plugin update, but that is fixed. So let's write down a to-do list of the rendering. So first of all, we have masking. So masks, we don't have masks implemented yet, and honestly that looks kind of terrible. Makes me not want to actually show any screenshots of the progress until we fix that. So let's fix masks, and that should not take very long. Then after that, I want to add basic support for parameters. So parameter interpolation, that's what we can do to move the model. Hopefully that won't take very long because it's mostly just doing some funny interpolation stuff. Then other things that we have to do. We have to add support for parts. And that's not very complicated. We have to add support for glue. And we have to add support for the blend parameters, which are, there's only a few in this model. That's mostly for the mouth movements, for some of the, ARKit type stuff. What else do we have to do? We have to add support for sorting art meshes by depth, because right now we're using a very primitive thing for that. And let's just call it sorting and draw group, because the way it's done right now is not correct. What else do we have to do? Physics. So that will be a separate engine, so to speak. And I think that's most of it, actually. Because there's not a whole lot else that goes into the model. Probably need to, after masks, maybe confirm blending, make sure that we're doing the blending right. Draw group is terrible. It's not that bad, but it's the way it's represented in the file is a little funny, so I'm gonna try to like simplify it. Let's see, let me think. Anything else? I think this is most of it. Mostly just get an API in here for controlling these things. Actually, let me just look at the where am I? At the model to see if there's anything we missed in, not model, at the classes. So part deformer, warp deformer, rot deformer, art mesh, parameter snap type, the params. The part forms from what form, art mesh form. Yeah, we have the param map. Draw group to item glue, and then the blend parameters. Yeah, that's it. That's the entirety of Live2D. What do you think will be hardest to implement? Well, physics I haven't even researched yet. The physics is the only thing that has unknown, because we don't have actually any. We haven't done the reverse engineering on the physics part. The physics file is a JSON file. There's nothing, secret about how the data is laid out, but we don't actually know, what units the things are in, exactly what algorithm Live2D uses, or, roughly what algorithm it uses. So we need to do some reverse engineering to understand how physics behaves. And actually, on that front, I might want to start by doing a little experiment first, because I want to see if I can steal VTube Studio's physics. VTube Studio has an API that lets you query all the parameters, and I don't know if it includes physics ones. If it includes physics ones, I can just gonna steal the data from there and use it to drive my model without a physics engine. And that also means that we can use that to compare whether our physics engine works the same way. It's not going to be that hard. I've implemented a very similar physics engine before. I suspect it's very simple. So it's mostly going to be a case of finding some way to get some, roughly accurate data on how the physics behaves. So that might, if I can use the API, that would be great. If I can't use the API, then I might just create a visualization, a little slider that shows a value. And then, we just kind of eyeball it. And yeah, so masks should be fairly easy. The only thing about masks is that there's about 5 or 6 different ways of doing them. And I think, just so that I don't get into yak shaving too much, I'm going to do the most, sort of the most reasonable way that isn't completely dumb right now. And that I think is probably how VTube Studio does it and how other things do it anyway. And then go from there. Because the thing about Mask is that there are much faster ways, possibly, of doing it on, for example, on Apple GPUs. But I might want to actually write a benchmark of that before I go off and, spend a bunch of time on that, because I don't know how much faster it is and whether it's worth it. I believe that says physics params. Yeah, so that's what I want to do. So I'm actually going to steal that right now. Let me do a little quick test on that, because if it does, my plan is actually, I have a Python script here that can read the VTS API. If I can read the physics parameters, I'm just going to dump it into standard output and then pipe it into my Rust render and have the render read parameters from standard input. And that'll be the, easiest proof of concept of how this works. Because this rendering app is not intended to be a VTubing app. This is an API. This is a reference. The renderer can be used, but it is not intended to be a standalone app. This is just going to be a test app. Other people are working on VTubing apps that want to use this code. So, there's not much point in adding features like actually taking parameter input from VTube Studio and things like that. I will be happy to just release this with, parameter input over standard input so that people can use it as a test and just, use a Python script or something to dump data in there. Or even make a little, UI for the parameters. Might even make it so that it has a little command API on standard input and output, so you can or even just, actually, it'll be easiest if it just prints all the parameters on standard output and then takes updates over standard input. And that way you can do some very trivial experiments without linking the library. But that's about as far as it makes sense to go. So so let's do that. And so yeah, let's start with let's start first by looking at VTube Studio. There's one more thing we have to do. This is, I don't know how important this is, depends on the model. There's the the extremely cursed warp deformer extrapolation feature. Yes, I don't care about that. And we have a... I didn't show too much stuff. I'm already showing some screenshots that are not supposed to be there. Get this model. So yeah, we have this extremely... Why is it still loading? Oh, that is strange. Wow, that's That is something. Is it because it's too big? It like doesn't, huh? Oh, there we go. Okay, I was just confused. And now I don't know, and now drag is not working. I think it didn't like that model very much. That is testraw.py, and that shouldn't be that broken. Okay, let me just restart VTube Studio because maybe it's just silly. There's one thing here. There's one more thing I need to confirm. Where is my to-do? Even before that, model scale. So right now we're not using the global model. Yes, I'm not gonna give you permission, VTube Studio. I don't care about hotkeys. All right. Deny. I did not like that again. Wow. Okay, something's very wrong about this model. Is it just because the zoom is it's so zoomed in that it's like broken? It might be. But I don't have anything giant in this one. Other than the scale 2x here, which I can remove that. That's kind of weird. Let's try reloading that and see if it unbreaks it. Huh. Okay, now? But it doesn't let me move it. Well then, always nice to start a stream with some strangeness that doesn't make any sense. It's like it doesn't finish loading. I mean, this used to work. It might just be that it's like the zoom state is so wrong that it's very confused. I might need to just delete a file somewhere. I don't care about that. It seems very unhappy. Although, did it just not load the model? I think it just didn't load the model. Okay, hold on. I think I might just have this VTube JSON might just be have some strange position or something. Save the model position. No, that looks quite reasonable. How did this break? This used to work. I didn't do anything weird with the with this model. Is it just trying to load some files that it can't load or something like that? Huh, hold on. There's a big log file. Oh, okay, object. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, something's broken. ArcMesh order info. Oh, we have two art meshes with the same name, and it really doesn't like that. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Because we created. Yeah. Okay. Where's my art mesh 0? Oh, so it really does not like that, huh? Very interesting. Okay, now it works. Okay, so I was checking. Yeah, I was testing the warp deformer stuff here. So one thing I wanted to do, I think, is first of all confirm the blending. So I was testing the blend mode here. This is set to 1, which I think is add, if I'm not confused. So let's just look at that since I'm already there. Blend mode 1 is add, and I wanted to see what happens outside the model. So add does the obvious thing inside the model. And so if I change the background, this is the interesting one. If I use color picker, which is special, and I give it black, okay. So transparent and capture does nothing. I believe transparent and capture just makes the alpha channel of the frame buffer that Live2D is rendering into transparent. So that means that add is adding even outside the model, which makes sense. So let me just confirm that that's what I do in my renderer. So in the blend mode here, we have for add, we are doing color. Yes, color is just using blend factor 1, operation add, and ignoring the alpha of the source entirely. Of course, the source is pre-multiplied, so that means it's still applying the alpha. Yeah, so the only thing we don't know about this is whether it affects the alpha of the background. I don't know how to, I guess if I take a screenshot, it'll probably show me what is transparent and what's not. How do you take a screenshot with this? Transparent background. No, timer, what's color fix? Okay, that's actually the unpremultiply option. Do I want that unpremultiply option? I'm not sure because I think I'm gonna just import this into GIMP and see exactly what it's doing. So let's not unpremultiply. Okay, you can see the transparency. Oh, you can see. Okay, so you can see the grid is transparent, and I'm curious, where does it save the screenshots? I have no idea where it saves the screenshots. Hold on, just make sure it doesn't open any folder that I'm not supposed to show. I don't think it's anything weird though, but... Okay, it's... in picture screenshots, fair. Okay, yeah, so you can see it's transparent in theory, and if I open it, what I want to know is if I open this in GIMP, if I take this and add layer mask, transfer the layers alpha channel, and then disable layer, yes, okay, so it's doing exactly what I expect, which means that it's adding in pre-multiplied space and not changing the alpha channel. So we know that add is correct. Verified against VTube Studio behavior. And then let's see what multiply does. So if we change the test rot. Yeah, alpha and VTS is using the wrong alpha mixing math. Not the wrong math. It's alpha and VTube Studio is using the right alpha mixing math, but it's doing the wrong texture sampling. And I know that because these edges are white. And that's because it's sampling in non-pre-multiplied. So it's loading the texture without pre-multiplication, which I guess is why all the model textures have the alpha bleeding thing. Which you're not supposed to do. You're supposed to just pre-multiply the textures and sample pre-multiplied. It's not. So it's doing the right thing for the add, as far as I can tell. And it is using pre-multiplied frame buffer and pre-multiplied math, because that's the only way for that to even work. But it's sampling textures wrong. It should be pre-multiplying the texture, then sampling. It's sampling, then pre-multiplying. So now let's see what the screen color does, because I actually don't know what the math for screen is. I've never even looked that up. Let's see what happens if we do that. So now it's in screen mode. And okay, so it seems to just be darkening the texture. I guess we can take a screenshot now and... Actually, hold on. If you change the background to like default, what happens? Oh, that's interesting. Hold on. It kind of... change background. Hold on, it's a color picker. And if I set it to, okay, transparency doesn't change anything. Oh, it's probably because this texture doesn't have any red in it. Yeah, it's probably because that texture doesn't have any red in it. So I guess it's, sorry, I'm not saying screen, sorry, this is multiply, I'm dumb. Yes, of course, multiply is gonna do this. So it is just multiplying against the texture color. And if I make the background red, of course, then it multiplies against that. So it seems to just be standard multiply. And it works even outside the texture. Does it, what happens with transparency? Doesn't change anything. Okay, so multiply also is just a multiply that completely ignores transparency. Which is quite interesting because I almost would expect a multiply that is often used for shadows and things like that to ignore the background of the model, but I guess you're supposed to clip it if you wanted to do that. So multiply is really just multiply, ignoring alpha. The only thing, of course, is that it does. Let's change look at the background again. So we do default. You can see that it's multiplying. So the what am I doing? The only thing is that when the color is transparent, I believe it will not multiply. But this is a not a good texture to test that because it actually is using black, I think, for transparent pixels. So I'm gonna change that. Sorry, white. I'm gonna change that. Let's open the test model folder and open this PNG in GIMP. So if I add layer mask and transfer the alpha channel and then disable layer masks, you can see the background here is actually white. So the part that we are showing in VTube Studio is the corner with those 4 things here. So just to check here, if I make a black pixel, what's the button? I apparently can't. Oh, I'm in the, sorry. Be here. If I make a black square and overwrite that texture and then reload the model, there, you can see that it still does nothing. So it is actually, and if I, let's just reload the file to make sure that actually worked. If I do revert, and add layer masks, transfer the alpha channel, disable layer masks. Oh, actually, they all went black. Okay, so I guess GIMP does that when saving to PNG. Oh yeah, there was a preserve transparent pixels option somewhere that I forgot. Anyway, the point is, it's doing the right thing, although now, as you can see, if I zoom in, the edges are black instead of white, because now the sampling is wrong in the other direction. So, yes, multiply is just multiply without using alpha, which means multiply is using source factor. Oh, this is wrong. How did I do that? Hold on. Okay. You want to take the source factor multiplied by the multiply the destination by the source. Don't do anything to the source, and that's it. And for alpha, I guess you just do the same thing. You just ignore alpha completely. I haven't verified that, but I assume it's the same as add because it's the only thing that makes sense. So this should be, assuming I didn't mess up this math, this should be correct. Just put this at the top here. Okay. And of course my throat is acting up. Ah! And today is not a good day. Let me take a throat mint. Okay, so we have that checked out just to make sure. Let's go to do and say confirm blending. Okay, that's good. Model scale is the one I wanted to look at in VTube Studio. So if I use VTube Studio, and so now I don't care about that. Here's the model. What happens if I make the canvas smaller or shift the offset? So there are these global model properties, right? Scale 500, center 500, dimensions 1000. If I make the center, for example, 100, is the model going to move or are these just ignored? Ignored. And then I'm guessing these dimension values are also ignored. Oh, why did I have twice? Okay, that's not what I want. Okay. And then I assume the scale is also ignored. Yes, okay, so these canvas properties are just informational, which I guess means we expose them to the user and otherwise don't care about anything. So then, I guess, since we're here, we might as well expose those. And I don't think we do right now. Those need to go in core. I guess we can have a canvas properties. And that doesn't need to be a trait. That can just be a struct that we like copy everything into. So the that is in, we have this in parse, I think. No, in classes maybe. I don't see a pub struct canvas scale center x center y. Yeah. So we might as well declare a little nicer scale f32 center chord and dimensions chord. Canvas properties. So this is just informational, but we need to expose it in the model. So let's do that now before I forget. If you go to model, and need to make those fields public. Okay, that makes that work. Cargo. Oh yeah, things I did before in between streams. I renamed the core crate of Ayagami to just Ayagami. We're gonna have Ayagami be the core object model, file loader, and driver, which are kind of the important parts. Physics engine would probably also go there because this is all kind of, you know, small enough code that there's no point in splitting it up. And it's probably not going to have more or less dependencies. Yeah, I could, I guess, remove zero copy from core, maybe. No, I do have the derive here for what? Actually, I don't know why I have this. Can I delete these? Yeah, I guess I could remove zero copy as a dependency if you don't have the file loader, but then I can just make that a feature in Rust. So you can disable the loader and it will not use zero copy if you don't have the loader or the driver. But I don't know why you would do that anyway, so yeah. So things I did, I renamed that. The other thing, oh, what just happened here? I think I moved something wrong here. Don't save. Oh, right, because those are from before the rename. So we have yeah, we have that, and then we need other things I did on the render. I I cleaned up some debug and I fixed the texture loading because the pre-multiplication was wrong. It was doing it in sRGB space. It's supposed to be in linear space because the renderer is using linear alpha blending. So I fixed that, and so that fixed the cheeks. The cheek blush was the wrong color, and that's why. So that's fixed. I had to use a library called palette for that, but it seems to work fine. So now let's look at the VTube Studio API, see if I can get the physics parameters out. So that should be easy. I'm just gonna copy this reload.py and put it in. Let's just keep it here actually. Stream params.py. So, VTube Studio. So maybe I need this really soon, so. What's the API? Requesting the value of all Live2D parameters of the current model. Okay, so it's just Live2D parameter list request. So if I do it while true, and I don't know if it's going to throttle me to frame rate or what it's going to do. Oh, it's actually, yeah, it's already throwing me to 60 FPS, which is perfect, because that's exactly what we want. However, oh yeah, there's no parameters because this is my test model. So if I load the my real model, there we go. It seems like it works. And is it grabbing parameters that are physics parameters? I think so. If I go and grab settings, expression editor. So for example, show all parameters. For example, param52 is physics. And it's in there. So we can, excellent, we can use this to verify the physics engine. And, oh no, sorry, those are not physics. 53 is physics. 54 is physics. Okay, yeah, 54 is in there. and 50. Yeah, so it has all parameters, which is great for us. So then I just need to clean this up in Python. It'll be return data parameters, and then for each name equals parent.value, and just print p. That did not work. Sorry. Yep, that works. And I should dump this as JSON to make sure it's valid as JSON, but that should be all we need to throw some parent updates. Import JSON. There you go. So that means I can steal the tracking from this, which is excellent. There's also the breadth stuff too. I don't know where that is specified. It might just be implied that parent breadth is always like a thing that needs to happen. Now we have a very nice tool to dump the parameters out, so we can go and work on that. So model scale is solved, and the answer is it's ignored. That also means that I should fix the render to actually not distort the model. So right now it's just -1 to 1, which I guess it's intended to be reasonable, judging by what VTube Studio is doing. And in the, where am I? In model here, not a model, in driver. Okay, so right now I'm just doing this. This is not necessary. That is something that really should be done in the renderer. And so the renderer needs to take a transform. Which means we need uniforms in here. So first let's actually get the thing imported in here. So when we need to figure this out in when we actually as long as we know the surface dimensions, we can do it, I think. Let's transform. So we can just do from scale translation. No, how do we want to do this? Is there a nicer way of doing this from instant scale angle translation works. But actually 0, 0 is already 0, 0. So that's, we actually just need from scale, which is a vec2. And so for that, we just want to get the window dimensions and figure out which dimension is larger. And just make the other one smaller. So we need to do a view dot texture dot size, or even just width and height. So we just do if view texture width is greater than view texture height. If width is greater than height, then the scale is vec2 if width is greater than height, then the scale in the top would be -1 always, because we need to invert the model. And the width would be height divided by width. Actually, let's just say let dims equals vec2 width comma height to make it a little easier. And this is going to complain because this returns a U32. So we can do a just a glam U32 vec2. And as vec2, so we convert to pixels. If dims.x greater than dims.y, then the vector would be dims.y divided by dims.x -1. Else, it's 1 and minus dims.x divided by dims.y. And so that when transfer, I can just say from scale, and that should give me a non-distorted model. I also fixed the the spam. It's now most of the spam is in the trace model. Okay, this is upside down. Why is it upside down? Did I not save the other file? This is still not doing the right thing. Oh, right, because I'm not using the transform. So I need to use the transform. And what do I do with that? I need to put it into a uniform, which I haven't used yet. Not webgpu. Learning the webgpu. Uniform buffers in the camera. Yes, that is what I need. Oh, not the examples. Learn WTP tutorial 6 uniforms, not the challenge. Why is this not the actual file? Where's the link to this? I thought there was a website. Here we go. Okay, learn WTP. Uniform buffers and a 3D camera. Well, this is going to be a 2D camera. This is using CG Math. I've been using Glam. I'm honestly not sure which one I want to use. This is using vector space, matrix space, inner space. Okay, this is using matrix multiplication. I've been wondering if there's something that can do like array transforms, because it'd be really nice. An array containing... Okay, so it does support arrays. I wonder if I want to use CG Math instead of Glam for all this, for like my vector types. I'm not sure. The Glam is nice though. Does it have a fine? It has quaternions, but it doesn't seem to have a fine transform. Transform 2 is... It does have... Wait, scalar? What? That's a trait. Okay, so who has these traits? Okay, yeah, so it uses three matrix trees for fine transforms. Yeah, I might want to use this for Glam, Rust. Is there... Which one's more popular, actually? Both of them are probably popular, I bet. Glam, Rust, creates IO. Dependents, Glam has, okay, 1,000 dependents. CG Math has... Oh, fewer, okay, yeah, so Glam's quite nice. I might want to use CG Math for some of the... For like the array ops. I don't know. I don't know if there's a Like, I would like something like NumPy that supports array operations to make it faster with SIMD, because I don't think Glam does that. Like, Glam, I think, that uses SIMD for individual, I don't even use, it's an unstable feature. Okay, that's annoying. Like, I want something that uses SIMD for arrays, not for just, like single elements. And as far as I can tell, Glam doesn't actually do arrays. Like, these are just for the individual elements, so that's not what I want. I don't know if CGMath supports that. Rust CGMath. Not worry about that now, but okay, it needs all these need nightly. Okay, so let's not worry about that for now. We'll figure out SIMD optimizations later. So CG math is being used for the stuff here, but I don't really care. I just need a how to pass this to wgpu. Uniform buffer, that's what I want. And CGMath doesn't do bytebox, so let's just do it like this. We need a uniform buffer. And because this is 2D, it's just 3x3. Why is this derived? What requires it to be repr C? Okay, yeah, repr C. And you can just have a like from affine thing going on here. It's gonna be a matrix. And so I can probably just do glams, affine to. There's probably a 2 matrix thing on this one. I mean, I guess you could technically just allow any affine transform. It doesn't have to be a... doesn't have to be a... Yeah, I mean... I guess it doesn't have to be affine. Like, if the user really wants to shear the model, I guess they can do that. So let's just say we actually take a mat 3 for the transform. And then we don't actually need to worry about this stuff. We just convert it like that. And so then in lib here, we would just say, how do you convert this from affine? I guess you don't have to. You can just say from scale on mat 3. And so then in render here, we need to actually do the uniform buffer. So we have that. Okay, it's a different bind group. And so then how do you actually update the buffer? Oh, there's a write buffer on Q. I did not know that was a thing. I might want to use that for the... but for that you would need a... hold on. For that you would need a... Instead of an encoder, you would have to give it a Q. Which might be okay in lib here. Yeah, we just create the encoder and then render. So I think we want to give it the Q. Yeah. So then the renderer can submit stuff in the queue ahead of the encoder. Yeah, we can just give it an encoder and a queue, and so then it will submit into the queue things that have to happen before the encoder. Although I guess in this case, hypothetically the user could create the encoder and then like store it and reuse it across frames, but I guess that's kind of silly for Live2D anyway. So let's just pass the queue in here. We don't have the queue, right? Oh, we do have the queue. We do have the queue in self, actually. Forgot about that. So we just have to tell the user that the queue may have stuff submitted into it. Because the queue here, we store it as a... Yeah, it's an arc queue, so we can just do that. Let's do the queue update like that. Actually, aren't we already doing that for the buffer creation? No, we only use that for, in here. So instead of updating the vertex buffer here, we could actually just do a this write buffer stuff. And the vertex are 0, and then just cast the vertices and see if that works. Yeah, I think that's gonna work. Let's see if it actually runs. From mat 3 is 924 323. Oh, really? Mat 3. You can take an S mode of an F32.9. You can do two. Oh, you can do 2 calls array or 2 rows array. 2 calls array 2D is what I want, I guess. 2 calls array 2D. It's either 2 calls array or 2 rows array. Yeah. What? How does the GPU? Ah, that's a GPU matrix. Interesting. Yeah, okay, it's column major, so it's correct. Oh, but this is mostly the... Okay, yeah, you don't need that. Alright. So we have the camera uniform there, and just to see if we didn't mess up the vertices. Hello! Why is it so slow? Is that because of my textures? Okay, buffer usage is vertex detector. Ah, it needs to copy this, that's why, okay. Vertex buffer... Is the slow part loading the textures? If so, I really need to optimize that. Okay, it did work and then it died. Ah, did I recreate the buffer? Ah, yeah, I need to not do that. Okay, it does work. So now we can do the uniforms. Uniform buffer. It wants yeah, that works. And then we need the uniform buffer in there. So the way we do that is by just creating a create a buffer without init in this case, because we're going to update it anyway. Actually, we can do that for the vertices also. We can do where we create the buffer. Where am I? Descriptor. Size, map declaration. Okay, size. And text word buffer is a how do I get the rust size of slice? in bytes. So there has to be some way of doing that. Byte knock, does that have a size of I can do for a slice? I guess I can just do bytes of. Is that a thing? Ah! That makes sense. And then it needs a mapped creation. WGPU queue write buffer. I think it doesn't need to be mapped because we are just writing through the queue. You can do like a write buffer with the staging memory. Interesting. I wonder if we can do a write buffer width for the vertices. I guess the drive. No, the driver is gonna drive and yeah, we would have to pass the vertex buffer in there. Maybe we can have a driver method that does that. Although, hold on, vertices. Yeah, we just do a take here and then unwrap and then reassign. The only reason to keep this around is so you can do queries on the art meshes and stuff like that. And then, yeah, in this case, we can't store the... No, we do want to store the vertices. Yes, I guess we can actually just take... VBuff there. But then we can't store it. The borrow checker is going to complain about that. Yeah. Well, vertices should be in the driven model then. Because it's really output, so it shouldn't be stored in driver. You know, driver is the driven model. Hold on, I'm just being really dumb here. I can just take driven model dot... Oh yeah, I have driven... I'm dumb. I have the driver in the driven model. Why am I doing this? I can just say dm the driver dot vertices. It's really the state anyway. It's because... Can I make the driven model... Okay, yeah, it does work. So then I can just say and delete this here. And vertex buffer. And where's VBuff here? I had it somewhere else. You don't need the sub vertices anymore. And then I want to have a vertex count, and then we just take model, unwrap, whatever. Oh wait, no, yeah, let's just take the model as an argument here. And so that means the renderer here can just allocate the buffer based on the driver. We can just say size is actually, instead of this, we can actually just say Corman size of vec2 times and in this case map creation is false because we don't even, it never has to be in the CPU. And so then we can do a drive width and put that in the queue right buffer. Oh, but then we need to get the return out of this. And does write buffer width return something? It returns a queue write buffer view. Oh wait, no, it doesn't take a closure, so we can just say write buffer view. Yeah, okay, so never mind. I can just say write buffer width. Buffer offset size. Okay, just do that. I guess if there are 0 vertices, it doesn't make any sense to do anything, really. There should always be at least one art mesh in any reasonable model, so we should probably just fail model loading if there are no art meshes to handle these weird cases. So write buffer width at buff view. Needs to be mutt. Why is there an option as a return? Doesn't say. I guess we just unwrap. And then this will deref probably. So we can probably just say oh, but this might not work due to alignment issues. Right. Write buffer view as custom len is empty slice. Copy from slice. There's no deref? What? But it's write only. Okay. I'm trying too hard with this, I think. So it's a special case. It's a special type. Okay, yeah, that's not useful. I thought I could get away with that, but in driver where we oh, we do use a copy from slice though, so maybe it's fine because we already have the we're gonna be doing the math in the CPU memory and then copying it, so we might be able to get away with a write only. Buffer. But the problem is that then this is a type that this is a type that is still custom in wgpu. So there's copy from slice. Which is not a trait. I think then what I probably want to do is just have a closure. Either that, or actually much more easily, since we need to do math on the CPU. How about I just, instead of returning a vertex buffer, how about I just return a how about I just return the art mesh state. Because we need to keep the vertices anyway. Yeah, like we need staging memory for applying everything to the art meshes. So I think we probably just want to keep it in this state, and then you can just query it. Yeah, and then it'll be much easier. We can just skip this whole copy from slice thing. So just say drive. Get rid of all this stuff. And so then we can just say, put it in the state. But instead of clone, it's like vec. I do a slice to clone. It's like into vec. I think that's the thing you can do. No. To vec, and just put that in here. Yeah, and so there will eventually be something to drive without driving the art meshes. Yeah, because you have to apply the deforms anyway, so... Vec of vec2... I'm not a vec2. Okay, this is just... Yeah, we just do that. And so then in the state... You return a driven art mesh, and then vertices can actually just be the... sc.vertices. Yeah, there you go. Much easier. Makes more sense. Just say drive then. And so then in you can have the right buffer width happen here. And so then we don't need this vertex count thing anymore. Which is good because now the buffer layout is controlled by the renderer. And we can just copy from slides. Yeah, we can just run this on a bunch of times for each art mesh. So we can just say for art mesh in m.artmeshes. And read the getter for the vertices. Daijoubu.
Your back is okay?
It's okay. I think I'm in a good posture now, so.
You should stand up.
I'll stand up in a bit. Let me get this part done and then I'll stand up. Yeah.
Where are you gonna join me?
I would like to get some stuff.
I know, I just estimate.
Not sure yet.
Not sure. You will
Come on, give me at least a couple hours more. Cyan really wants me to end the stream early.
There's a fly here.
The fly?
A baby fly.
It's fine. It's fine.
It's fine. It's fine.
It's the fly.
Okay.
I'm
going to invite my friend for over. Need food?
I'm good.
Just tell the chat when you need something and
Hi.
tell me. See ya.
Hi. Okay, we do have vertices as the field and driven art mesh. Yeah, I think we can just use that. And it's the end. Oh, sorry, M art meshes. And so then we need the offset, which is the offset from the text chord buffer, which is base vertex in state. Do we even need that? We don't need that anymore because we get that from the vertex count base vertex. Yeah, we don't need that anymore. And so here, I'm yak shaving again. Driven dot vertices. And so for the offset, we want to use ArtMesh text chord offset. And yeah, we do that. Vertex count. Let's byte mug dot. I guess say bytes off actually. Is it the function even? Implement no uninit. Vec2 no uninit. Oh, interesting. So vec2 doesn't derive no uninit. But cast slice does work, so... Okay, and then start and... Yeah, just the... Actually, just do as usize. Okay, now let's see if I didn't break this. Vertex count size. Oh, we need the size on that. Okay, so the size is just... It's not state-based vertex at that point. It's just... It's the same as text scored off because we use the same thing. And then we need our vertex count. Don't do that anymore. So just use the same as the text scored. Buffer. Len. Wait, what? Unwrap then. And then we have loaded model. It's missing uniform buffer. So let's actually add that. That was a lot of yak shaved because I figured I learned how to copy buffers. From buffer, create buffer init. Yeah, camera buffer. And we can just use the same uninitialized story. What's this called? Camera uniforms. There we go. Buffer descriptor, uniform buffer. So it's uniform buffer. And it doesn't like it is buffer init. No, create buffer, sorry. Buffer descriptor. And now we just need to update it. So for updating it, we do the same thing we did there. But this can just be a write buffer. Cast nice, and it would just be camera. Oh, we did have that. I'm done. And the uniform buffer is in MD. Okay, now let's see if it looks right. Oh, there's F4 and Shift F4. Oh, cool. I did not know that. What is so slow? Okay, we're still broken. Oh, you guys haven't actually used the uniforms yet. Okay, let's use the uniforms. So to use them, we need to declare the bind group stuff. Create bind group layout. Woo! wgpu is quite painful. Texture mask, and we do all this stuff. And I guess honestly, because we have a camera, and then we need to do the art mesh uniforms at some point. Camera buffer, it probably should be different buffers, right? How many uniform buffers can you have? If at least a reasonable minimum is limits. Next, uniform buffers. Shader stage defaults to 12. Yeah, as long as you can have a bunch of them. Yeah, okay, so you can have a bunch of them. So it's a camera buffer and like element buffer or something like that. Is there no way? No, hold on. But if I need to set uniforms per, like inside the encoder, surely there's some way to do that. Because I don't wanna. Do I really need to like pre-create all the uniforms? Is there no way to like inline things in the encoder? I mean, I can just pre-create them, but this is kind of, or I could just have another buffer that is like queried and so we need to use. Wait, one bind group per thing we want to draw? No, what? Hold on. Yeah, okay, I guess we need to have like okay, hold on. So it's uniform buffer. And max bind groups is 4, which is already not that many because I'm already running out. I have one for the texture, one for the one for the texture, one for the mask. And you're gonna have one for the camera and one for the uniforms? That's not that many. Oh, but I could have a single bind group for... Hold on. Yeah, I could have a single bind for the uniforms. Yeah, I could. Yeah, I can't put it in with the textures because I need to know which texture it is, but I can put it in as a separate bind group. So how does this work in a second? Hold on. First of all, what's the maximum uniform buffer binding size? 64 kilobytes is not a lot. 64 kilobytes is not a lot because you could conceivably have, you know, like 1,000 art meshes, and 64 bytes per art mesh is not a lot. Is that for a single bind or for... Hold on. Of a binding to a uniform buffer. Okay, so it's for a binding. It's not the buffer size. How How do I bind to that? Yeah, because I need it has dynamic offset. And then the bind group layout, okay. Oh, are these the offsets in set bind group? That would kind of make sense. Yeah, there's an offset, okay. So anything that has an offset has to come from there. That makes sense. Minimum buffer binding size. So is this intended to be the size of an element? Runtime sized array. Okay, I guess it's for, I guess the shader is gonna know that. So I think you can just say none. Yeah, I think you can just say none. And so then, we need to process the art meshes. I guess we can just write it here and then do the queue submit before returning. Yeah, I think that's gonna be fine if we just do that. Or we do the right buffer with story there. So we have camera uniform and art mesh uniform, which you're gonna need for like the colors and stuff. So this would be the multiply color as this the F323 and screen color. Let's use a vec3 to make it easier. What did I use in driver here for the colors? Yeah, it's a vec3. and in the opacity. I hope this packs properly. I think the vector alignment is just 4 bytes, I think. So we have art mesh uniform, and so we need to create another uniform buffer with the number of art meshes. Camera bind group layout, mask bind group layout. So it's more like uniform bind group layout, but when we set the okay, only one has dynamic offset. Yeah, so uniform bind group layout. And so then for that, we would have the bind group layouts, visibility vertex, buffer, uniform. So you have two actually, one for vertex and one for fragment. The vertex one is used for the camera, with no dynamic offset and no min binding size, and count is none. Spine group layout entry. But I guess, because we have an offset, we don't actually need count. We just specify an offset, a dynamic offset. Yeah, okay, so we don't need that. Binding 0, binding 1 would be the other one. So we have buffer, uniform, and then true for dynamic offset. And this is the uniform bind group layout. And you would have camera buffer and art mesh buffer or something like that. So camera buffer needs to be created somewhere here. Vertex text cord. Uniform bind group layout. Where do we create the buffers? Load model, bind group. This is used for the textures. Reload model. Yeah, okay, so reload model creates the vertex buffer, text cord buffer, index buffer, uniform buffer. It's called art mesh buffer and camera buffer. Well, camera buffer could just be created, since that's static, we can create that one at the top. And so then this is the, camera buffer. Camera buffer is just camera uniform. Uniform copy dest. So I can just come in here. So we would say the buff view is multiple. No, why do I have two of them? I would say copy and paste it. Art mesh uniform. And so for art mesh uniform, it would be an array of these. And we don't need that specifically. So loaded model without an art mesh buffer. Art mesh uniform buffer size is art mesh uniform times the number of art meshes. Do I not have a count on that? I really should have a count on that. Collection into iterator, index, get, and then you count. And item collection here is where is that defined? It's start and limit. So I guess it's limit minus start. Except I should check I didn't do a U32 max anywhere here, right? Yeah. Like that. And so now in the render, we can just say @mesh buffer time and @meshes count. Yes, U64. Max bindings per bind group. Yeah, that's not an issue then. So we just need to make sure we have those. So when we create the bind groups, or did I create those? Texture bind group layout is both of those. Mask bind group layout, uniform bind group layout. Okay, so then the actual bind groups. Oh, I didn't do a mask one yet because we're not using it, so we don't have any yet. So I need one for uniforms. So we need the uniform bind group, and that does need to have the resources here. So we can have the uniform bind group for per model. camera buffer, and then we'll just say art mesh buffer as entire binding. And you can just have these in here. In loaded model. And so now, finally, we can set the bind groups here. Render pass, set bind group, textures. So bind group 1 would be self dot. Actually, where's the model? It's empty, I think. Uniform bind group. And here's where you have to set the I guess some. No? Hold on. Oh, and then in the pipeline, it has to have the layout. The pipeline layouts, Right, so pipeline layout would have texture binding layout. Let's just put the uniforms first. And texture second. So one is textures, and let's just create a bind group. Hold on, what's going on here? Ah, okay, just needed an and. Okay, good. And then the offset. Art mesh uniform offset. And so this would just be let art mesh uniform offset equals. And so we're just gonna go in sequence here. And I would want to check, this is camera buffer. And it's actually self.camera buffer because it doesn't change. And since we already drove the model, I guess I might as well do this here. So we have the vertex buffer view. And we can have another one. Art mesh buffer. Size of mesh uniform times, and we just need an index, a sequential index, which we don't necessarily have. So we just have a vec here, I guess. What's the way to do this? We have art meshes by UID. We have a collection. A UID may be non-sequential. I guess we would want to have a separate data thing temporarily here, but we can just use a hash map. Either that or we do it later. Might be easier to just do it later. But we need an index anyway, so yeah, okay, let's just do it later. In the order of the draw items. So in the order of the draw items, assert I is less than actually, we can just have the offset here. It's easier that way. Not intersect equals 0. And so then we don't need I, we just need to increment, enumerate, assert, mesh buff, offset is less than art mesh buffer dot size. It might not like this right buffer width because that returns oh no, it doesn't return it doesn't have a lifetime. Okay, good. So we can just assert that. Where am I? AM buff offset. So let's just make sure that we don't have like somehow more draw items, like we don't draw art mesh more than once, which doesn't make sense. What am I doing? That's not supposed to be like that. Art mesh buff offset and expected U32 found U64. Okay, yeah, you can do a U32 for that. And I guess we might as well just do the opacity thing at the top, because if this is less than 0, we can just ignore everything. Draw item, we need the state. Yeah, let's do that at the top. Opacity is equal to 0 or state dot visible visual visible continue. So entirely skip any art meshes that are not visible. And we grab the offset. We need to increment that plus equals size of uniform SE32. And then we need to actually write to the buffer. So the right buffer is looks like that. And drop that thing here. Actually, I think we can just do a oh no, it's copied from slice. Slice. Right only. there's a fill. There's empty lanes. Yeah, there's no. There's a right. There's a single value. Okay, so you need slice and then just like right. Yeah, okay. And then it would be just dot right. Size type. Oh, that only wants a single one. Okay. Yes, it's copy from slice. Byte cast slice, and then we just do it. And informs. Opacity is screen color. Visual screen color. Okay. Value moved in 492. Oh yeah, sorry, not vertex surface. AM buff view. There we go. That should build. Okay, so now we're still not using the uniforms. Let me just make sure I didn't break anything so far. I will unprivate the previous video eventually. It's just private for technical reasons. Okay, what did I break? It's not available in the pipeline layout. Where's my art mesh uniform? I think I just created this wrong. Vertex fragment. In the pipeline layout, I think I messed something up here. Bind group entry. Why does it need visibility from fragment? It might need both for some reason. Unless this is for... bind group. It might just need both. Or did I mess up the shaders? I probably just messed up the shaders here. Hold on, because I changed the bind groups. Yeah, so the textures are actually group 1 and group 2 now. And in the fragment shader, yes. And so then that should work. Okay, and now min uniform buffer offset alignment. Okay, so we need to get some story here and make the buffer bigger. I guess I can just hardcode 256 for that. I don't know if there's like an align. Yeah, I think that there's an align you can use in Rust. Rust align size. Type layout. Now, I guess we don't have to write the entire buffer though, so it'd be easier to just change the alignment. I just say const. Is there an align to in like? Next multiple of here. Oh, 64-bit only. Okay, whatever. Why is it? Wait, why is usize next multiple of available in 64-bit only? That's weird. Oh, that's weird. No, that's... Usage is not available in 64-bit only. That doesn't make any sense. I think this is just a documentation bug. Yeah, it's just the way the documentation is generated. Okay. There, Artness Uniform Stride. And so now I can just add that. Let's make this a U64. A U size, actually. And so the size is off plus... yeah, this can just be a size of. And we can copy from that. But then the offset is incremented by that. And this can be as U32. I really want to wait it's so slow. Is that the texture loading? Hold on. Let me add a print here because this is really silly. In index, let's just do a let's just add some logs. So wgpu. And then in the main renderer new, I can just have the texture stuff, load model, loading textures. I think that's an earthquake. Not sure. It might just be me. It might just be me. Loading textures. And then in reload model, we can just have the wgpu objects. Loading shaders. Yeah, it's loading textures into the, yeah. Okay, I really should, that's really slow. That's extremely slow. I really want to do something better. I really want to improve that. This is ridiculous. Is it the conversion, the pre-melt? Probably. Okay, yeah, that's the biggest slowdown. I might be able to use a wgpu. Oh no, but I need a shader to the pre-mount. Oh, that's painful. I don't want to do that. I mean, I could do it on the GPU, but oh, geez. How is it so slow to load the textures? Coding image and loading image label. Multiplying. Yeah, so the PNG decode takes like a fraction of a second, and the pre-multiply is slow, really slow. That's really painful. Is there some standee I can just use? Okay, what's the sRGB formula? There has to be some fast way of doing this. So I'm using palette right now, and palette is like really slow. Rust, palette, slow. No, that's not useful. Yeah, SIMD is experimental. There's no... Come on, there has to be some portable SIMD and stable Rust. But I bet this doesn't work in like... Oh, but it's not really... Yeah, okay, you can do strides like that. Someone must have done this before, come on. Fast sRGB 8. Okay, hold on. Smoke reader, linear phone, 8-bit sRGB. Yes, thank you. That's what I want. Okay, thank you. So this is a simple function. Is it going to be faster than palette? Ah, there's an... Okay, this... Let me do sort of sRGB 8. Okay, yeah. Let's see. Can I just depend on this? Great, so yeah. Oh, palette depends on this. Palette depends on this, but is it actually using it? Or is there a feature? Analog, approx, HF serializing. What's approx? Well, if palette depends on this, I can depend on it. And avoid palette, which I bet is faster. But there's only SSD on... There's only SIMD on Intel. Okay, let's I can just do pixels mut dot, yes, and just pixel dot 0 that gets in the array. Mut pixel 0 and test. Okay. So RGBA is an order RGBA, I guess. RGB8 norm is RGB. Hold on. Pixels MUT. RG goes plus alpha channel. I think it's like reverse RGBA. Yes, last is the alpha channel. Okay, yeah. So it should be let's see if this is faster than all the interaction. And if it's not faster, I guess I just give up. Nah, it's still slow. It's still slow. Come on, really? I can't believe it's so slow. And there's no SIMD and Rust that is like stable. That's really sad. Is there someone who's done this before? Okay. Is there some way of basically... I think I can sample from the texture as long as the channels are not written. Maybe I can do a little thing real quick to pre-multiply. Basically, I need to create this bind group stuff, give it a shader. Okay, it's gonna be really painful. And then I could basically pre-multiply without, by just using a blend with a pass-through shader. I think, because you can just set the source factor to like, source alpha, yeah. Or even the dest factor to dest. Yeah, you can set the dest factor to dest alpha. And the source factor to 0, and then just draw like a black square. And that's that. I don't know if there's a way to do it with a copy though. I don't think so. Render paths, render pipeline, textile copy, buffer info, textile copy. Texture view. Yeah, you can do like a copy. That's not it. That's too annoying. Okay. Yeah, if you want to draw into a texture, you would have to get the stuff in main here, basically. Set a color attachment like that with a view on a texture view. And then I create a command encoder. I mean, I guess I can try. I just dump everything. Let's use a horrible copy and paste. So we need a we need an attachment, we need a view, an attachment, an encoder. And we need to like draw rectangles, so we need we need buffers, we need everything. No, okay, we're not doing this now. We're not doing this now. We'll do this later. It's just gonna be slow for now. And we will live with the slowness. Is this open source? It will be. Once I get some stuff working. Anyway, give up on that. Okay, what's broken now? Add mesh uniform offset. Why? Why? Because I probably did not create the buffer with the right size. Yeah, this has to be the, mesh. Tried. Yeah, first make it work now. And the thing is, I'm just annoyed that every time I try it, I have to wait like these 5 seconds. Dynamic binding after binding one buffer sizes bytes. The binding binds everything. Okay, we need to fix that. Bind group. And then it's as entire binding. It's either the size thing I saw before or it's this thing. As custom, as entire binding. Nice. No, we need to bind the whole thing, but we need to. I think we just need to specify the size in this place here. Oh, what's this immediate size? Hold on. Do I want some of that? Ah, you need features immediate, which we don't have. Possibly. It says it's supporting everything. Okay, so we do have that. OpenGL emulated using uniforms. Set immediates. I guess we could have used that for the camera, but since we already have it done this way, okay. Let's just set bindings. Where's the size thing? Uniform binding, okay, count. Min binding size. I think it's min binding size, probably what we need for this one. We will say has any monsters, some art mesh, uniform stride. SU64. Into this works? No. Yeah, trying to unwrap. Actually, I need to say this even as his size. Try into. And that'll give us some. Oh no, it does. Okay. Committed other projects quite often. Yeah, I haven't been committing this one. I don't know why. I think it's just because I'm messing with everything, and it's just kind of still very okay, so binding buffer size binding binds by 0.2. Oh, okay, so I think I just need the. Okay, no, I think it's just because I need to slice it, and then the offset will be added to the slice. So instead of as entire binding in here, I just need size binding resource. Okay, hold on. No, hold on. Buffer. Provided that it was used without a dynamic offset. Hold on. So how do I use the offsets then? Index buffer immediates. Bind group. How do I do this? Someone has some dynamic offset. What's that one? Looks like buffer doesn't layout. Yeah, we have at least 8. Oh, is it because of the size? Hold on. I think I said the size somewhere. This is, hold on, no. Did I? Bind group layout entry. No, I didn't set the main binding size. I must have done something wrong here. Oh, wait, hold on. Camera bind group. What am I doing? It's camera. Oh, hold on. It's trying to use the camera. No, this is both. Uniform bind group. Okay. So we have uniform bind group. Binding 1, buffer size. Binding binds. Yeah, so how do I bind fewer bytes? Uniform bind group. I think it has to be this. Artmesh buffer, camera buffer. Okay, artmesh buffer dot. Okay, offset buffer address. And size of the binding. Okay, so how do we create a buffer binding? Okay, oh, maybe I should just... Hold on. I just created, don't I? Oh, yeah, okay. I just created Artmesh buffer, offset 0. Size, Artmesh, uniform stride. Or even actually, it's just the size of core mem size of uniform. And then this is buffer, yeah, binding resource : buffer. Okay, I thought we would have to use some kind of option non-zero U64. 64 some, and then it needs to be non-zero. I just set the stride as like a non-zero. Oh, that doesn't work in const context, doesn't it? I think you can have something that panics though. Yeah, you can just say, oh, it turns an option. Yeah, okay, unwrap does work in const. Into doesn't work. I think it's just get though. Yeah, just do get. And the same thing down here. Well, this is tried for, I forgot to have the, someone mentioned the error on Sublime. Forgot what it was. F4, okay, so maybe it's already there. Okay. Okay, so we're back. Now it actually compiles, and now we just need to throw this into the vertex shader. Group 0, binding 0 is the camera. Uh, 332, I think that's how you call that. And then binding 1, sorry, group 0, binding 1 is the UART mesh. Which I could just read from the fragment shader, honestly. That would be a struct. We need to declare these structs the same way we did on in the renderer. So I think we can do that. Opacity. And then, yeah, we can just pull those in the fragment shader, I think. So group 0 binding 0. The out.clip position equals, this is vec4 f32 model position 0, 1. And I don't know if that's the order. I think that's the order you use. And then you just say pos3.xy. So that should make it right side up. No, it doesn't. Ooh, okay. mat3, yeah, because it's mat3 f32. It's not mat 3. Mat 3 by 3. Compatible with address space handle. I think I need to specify the uniforms differently. Let's go back to the uniforms. So how do we use that in the shader? Okay, there we go. So as the var uniform. Hey, Mary. I'm sad because pre-molded binding textures and Rust is really slow. Okay, buffer binding. I should expect 48. Okay, so now we have a problem with the wait. Padding story here. Yeah, there's a padding story going on here. Okay. Interesting. Matrix died 16. Interesting. They're over aligned to 16. Okay. So I guess there's no way to... Maybe there is. Only force and alignment. Tight layout. Yeah, ripper align. So I think I can probably just say... How does this work? Is over alignment for the... Yeah, okay, the matrix is just aligned to 16, so we need to do the same thing. And does wgpu declare any types that we can just use for this? No. wait, no, wrong crate. Nah. You can do Live2D on web, definitely, because it's kind of cool to have it live. And so this should compile for wgpu, which is pretty cool. Okay, let's just add a struct here. And I can just throw an alignment in here, probably. C, line 16. View matrix, mat 3x3, camera uniform. That doesn't work. Let's see. Is there, okay, let's see, come online 16 like that. And bitmap pod did not work. Oh, it doesn't allow it for types of padding. That's painful. I might just be able to use any bit pattern. Actually, I don't think I actually need that. Maybe. But then this cast slice doesn't work. Yeah, it needs pod for cast slice. Okay, fine, I give up. It doesn't like the alignment. Undo all that. How many more does it need? 36 to 48, so it's 12 more, so 3 more. Okay, now it's black. But at least the compile. So hold on. If I remove the multiplication, at least it should come back, right? Yeah, that does come back. So do I have this backwards? Let's print the camera matrix, because I just want to make sure I'm not doing something completely broken here. And I am copying it, right? In the, yeah, right buffer, camera buffer, can slice, okay. Maybe I should just use like a matte 4x4. Okay, so what happened here? 75. Yeah, okay, that's sensible. That's a sensible matrix. So is it not reaching the shader, or did I do something wrong? Okay, I'm just gonna use the matte 4x4 because it makes life easier at this point. I don't know if this works. This doesn't work. Is there a matte 4 to matte 3? Where is this? Matte 4 times glam. Okay, you can do from matte 3. But that's linear. Okay, from matte 3 translation. No. From matte 3. Wait, what's matte 3? Oh, that's the alignment stuff. Okay, never mind. From matte 3, fine. Yeah, we don't need that. I think I just have to do it manually. Okay, let's just take a transform as an affine 2. Actually, no, it would be affine 2 plus shear. Which does need the... Okay, yeah, so you would have a map 3. And then I need to convert that to add another column. So basically, mat 4 is Yeah, I can just do from calls. And so for this, you would have x-axis equals vec4, which is like vec3. Forgot how this works. Yeah, I think you just expand the W. Yeah, it should just be keeping the XY, but moving the third element down. Ah, this is so silly. Yeah, let's do this. And then this is the zeros. And then the W column should just be Z, 0, and 1. Sorry, Z.X, Z.Y, 0, and 1. I guess it's W here. Z, whatever. What happened now? Another. Okay, yeah. So now we just have model position. Finally it works. Okay, so yeah, something was wrong with the 3x3 matrix, but now we have what we want, and it doesn't become tiny anymore. Okay, does this? I don't know what's going on there, but whatever. So now that we add the, I am very I really shave that. Now let's add masks and see if we can get something going on here. That was a lot worse than I expected. Okay, first of all, let me just throw the opacity in here before I forget, because that's easy. So I can just say let's So for p equals, do I need to declare the type there? I might not have to. Turn p and p dot times equals uRtMesh dot opacity. Actually, I just have to do p the whole thing because it's pre-multiplied. So then the same thing as opacity here. And then same thing here. For the mask, you multiply opacity and R. And then also for this one, we do that. Don't know if it's gonna like the shader without the type declaration. It does, okay. So I don't actually need to set these types. It has some basic type inference, which is nice. What's the angle? Live2D rendering without without any proprietary components and some other stuff. Look at the FAQ in the description for more info. Okay, there we go. So now it looks good. In main, I'm just gonna where I do the. Let's make this a little bigger. Just as a test for this model. Okay. Now masks. So for masks, I need to first figure out how many masks I need to make, how many unique masks I need to make. That is actually model data. So the way we do that is to have a I need a hash map in the loaded model, mask sets, hash map, and I could have like a mask data struct, mask data. So we have a hash map from a vec of UIDs. To a mask data. So when we load the model, we need that. And we have to iterate all the art meshes in the model and figure out what masks they have. It's clips. And I can just say clips equals artificial.clips dot into iter dot map c dot uid dot collect and actually, the mask. I guess I can have a user count. That might be useful later for optimizing. So say mask. Let's say clip set. And we can have a mapping from an art mesh to the clip set. Mask set. But then hashing that big is going to be a bit annoying. Do I want to do that? No, actually, you know what? Let's just say the clip sets is a vec clip set. And then I can just have a hash map to clip set mapping while I make it. So this is a set of clip sets, and then I need a art mesh clip map. Hash map from a single art mesh UID to a usize. That'll be the index and the clip set. Makes it easier. So for mask sets, it's a hash map from clip sets to that. So for art mesh, we collect and let's just say this clip not clip sets, clip let's get some T model. So clip set will just have a set of targets and a use count, I guess. So let's clip map. Okay, so we take the clips from the art mesh. And we do clip map dot contains key contains key if it doesn't have a key of clips, then clip map dot insert clips. Default. Actually, no, it's via clip. This is just an integer, actually. The length of the clip sets. Use count 1, otherwise and then we return the index, which is clip sets -1, otherwise get clips. And this can just be dereft. And so we have the set ID And then we can just say, let's start at 0. Clip sets, IDX, assign IDX, use count plus equals 1, and art mesh clip map. Dot insert. IDX. And they just did the clip sets and art mesh clip map. So this will give us the I'll use the move the value insert clips one. Oh, it needs a clone because it's a vec. So now we have the mapping between the number of clip sets. So we can say here info number of distinct clipping game masks. Clip sets.len. And so the naive way of doing masks is to just create that many textures and render them ahead of time before the model, and then just sample from those. And I think I'm just going to do that for now. I would like to experiment with other solutions. Let's go here and the info number of. There's only 7 for this one, so it's not that bad. Yeah, the issue is that you have to create textures for everything, which you know it can use a lot of memory on the GPU. There are better ways of optimizing this, but let's just create them for now. Which means in texture RS we would have to have like an empty texture. So let's do a fn from bytes from image. Or even just new device queue. And then we need like a dimensions and a format. Result self. X is just a wgpu extend 3D. That's what we really want. Size format would be wgp texture format. And then we also need a usage. Which is this one. And so from image, we just go over here. And the tricky bit is that okay, there's a key right texture. You need to do that in the other one. So once I have to check the key right texture, size, format, usage. Honestly, and then the sampler, oh yeah, we don't need to use bitmaps or anything like that. Actually, I might not even want to use this texture class at this point. I just want to use a mask. Because it's really just this. Yeah, let's just do it in the other one. Let's just do it in render. So I guess in the clip set we can create the we can have the texture stuff here actually. And so what we really have is a texture view and sampler. Mind you, the sampler can just be shared. It's going to be the same for all the textures anyway. Just need a texture in the view. Clip set. Just don't need pub in there. Clip texture. And then those have to be recreated anytime we change the dimensions. So we need to remember that. The viewport dimensions. Create texture, and we need the device and the queue. Do we need the device and the queue? Yeah, we need the device and the... Just the device, not the queue, because we're not copying anything. So the texture needs a label. Label. And we just copy this extent stuff from here. Format. We need the dimensions. The format would be actually just R8. Do we want to use this RGB for this? Actually, no, there's no point because this is just realized, is the alpha even sRGB encoded on... I don't think so, on GPUs. I think this is not supposed to sRGB encode the... Alt of gamut pre-multiplied RGBA value. Yeah, that's part of the issue. Okay, display to the screen is where those are undefined. But yeah, it should be fine for Oh, copy external image list. Hold on. Is there a way of multiplying in... Oh, hold on. There's a thing somewhere. Maybe I'm just dumb. Right texture. Is there a way of... Okay, this is from wgpu and stuff like that. Is there a way of... but that's for external images only. This is only for external image. Yeah, that's not gonna work, is it? Because this is used for what? Yeah, that's for web. Yeah, it's not used anywhere. So yeah, I don't think it supports that. Okay, never mind. That's for external stuff only. Yeah, alpha should be linear. That's what I thought. So when we so for masks, those should be linear too, which means the right format is RAU norm. And the size is the extent stuff, which we already have with height. Okay. And the usage has to be texture binding and usages render attachment. And then so while we're here in the shader for the mask, it's need an FS render mask. And so then it's just gonna sample from the first one, which is the model. And I think you just return a single component like that because we don't need anything else. Although we are rendering essentially as an alpha channel texture, so I think we can. Yeah, I think we can set the function to the right thing in this case. So in this case, the Mac filter is actually nearest because everything's gonna be nearest because we don't do anything like that, and we don't need bitmaps. Oh, I just realized. In texture, we're not creating bitmaps. We probably should create these. Because otherwise it's gonna be weird when it gets small. Yeah, we need to figure out the MIP level count. Image, width, min. Height, ilog 2 + 1. Set that as the MIP level count. So we do have the MIP filter on there. And I guess we need to copy source. Okay, and then we need a blit. Wait, blit shaders are a thing? No, it's just... Oh gosh. It needs this entire thing for bitmaps? Well, I might as well use that to multiply then. Or there's compute shader. Okay, no, we're not doing this now. I can leave the copy source in here because we're gonna need that later, but yeah, let's not do that right now. I would have expected like some helper to generate bitmaps. Where's my shift? Equals 1. Let's worry about that later. So for render, count 1, dimension D2, format is alright, unorm, size is the size, texture binding, render attachment. These are fine, and then everything is nearest. And then we return a clip texture, and so then we just need to use this self targets. Okay, this is vec UID. Why doesn't implement debug? Oh, because I need to require debug in the core. So now we have the clip sets. We need to create the textures for those. So when we render, we need to check the self-surface format and self-surface dimensions and recreate stuff. So how do you get the dimensions? That was checked. Dimensions. It's not equal, then we need to recreate everything. And for surface dimensions, surface dimensions. In here, then we do a where's our clip sets? That's in the model stuff. Do that here. Clip sets dot create texture, and then we device, just a self device, and the width is nice. Hello. Self device. Okay, so this should create the clip set for every mask, and then we need to actually draw the masks. So that is actually drawn the same way as everything else. So we do all the updates for the art meshes and all that. And we can actually draw the masks after, because this is actually not submitted until later. So there's a begin render pass. And the encoder, so we can just do that later for every render, which means we don't actually need to change the attachments. I was going to do a thing there, but so I probably want to have a something to render the art mesh and reuse these functions. Or maybe it doesn't matter. Okay, let's just do a thing here. So we have the art mesh uniform offset, and that is for every art mesh, and we need to know where those are. This is a little odd, but I think we can do that. I think I ideally would just pre-calculate this when the model is mapped. Yeah, let's just do that ahead of time, actually. Yeah, we can just have artificial data even. Hash map, UID size. clipset option use size, and uniform offset size. Art mesh static data, and so then you can initialize that when we load the model, which is here. When you load model, art mesh buffer. And we can do that uniform stuff here too then. Yeah, just do it like this. For every art mesh, uniform offset. And so we can put that in here as clipset, comma, IDX, and put this into a big if, where if stat.len is empty, if it's not empty, then we do this entire thing. So if the art mesh has any clips, then it contains key clips, clips clone, targets clips, all that. And this has to be outside actually. Actually, just say that the clip set equals if clip set is empty, none else. Say some IDX here. And just say art mesh data there. So now we have the offsets, uniform offset. Need to increment that. So we don't have this map anymore, which means we can reference that. Offset plus equals, right? That's the after that. And so then we can just query that here. Let art uniform.
Yeah.
Hello.
The Tatami room is clean.
Oh, nice.
When are you joining us?
Can I finish?
Yes, I just want
sorry.
an estimation.
And I'll do my best.
How hungry are you?
A little bit hungry.
Okay, food will be served.
Okay, thank you. From offset, did I name that here, right? Yes, uniform offset. And so then the offset is just art mesh data. Unwrap that. And then we don't need to assert that anymore because it makes sense. Art mesh data is art mesh data dot uniform offset as U32. Why is everything broken here? I don't need that anymore. Okay, that makes sense. Make sure I didn't break things too much. Okay, I need a plus. Oh, this needs a debug. Debug. Okay, surface dimensions. In model render. Is there like a default? Yeah, there's a default in here. And it doesn't like this one. The clip map. Oh, I'm not even setting that. Hold on. Art mesh clip map, because it's in art mesh data now. It doesn't need that anymore. And then art mesh data is in not self. That's in the model stuff. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be right back. Let's hope this works. Okay, we're good. Be right back.
Hi, chat. Where is she? Where is she? Where did my wife go? Well, I guess I can start eating her food. Hi, Mary. Hello. Does anyone know where my wife is? Good morning. She said be right back. I can start eating her food. She's having salad. What is this? Salad to nut? Tomato? Why sublime text? I don't know why my wife used sublime text. It must be because I recommended her. Why not? Why not? It's cool, it's colorful. It has a Win plugin that she won't use. It is comfy. Hi, I'm talking to your chat. You don't mute when you pee?
I did mute.
You didn't mute.
I didn't?
You didn't.
Oh,
I come here yelling.
I thought I muted. Are you sure I didn't mute?
You didn't mute.
I'm
I just
so
sit
sorry.
here and I was like, ooh.
I'm so sorry.
No, just be careful.
Hmm.
You did forgot to mute.
I'm sorry.
You didn't make any sound, right?
There?
Whatever.
I don't think so.
Whatever. Why is everybody questioning about sublime text?
I don't know.
It's good so far. You like it?
Yeah, I'm cool with it.
We should support it as a couple.
You should buy it. Pay for a license.
Or you should give it to me.
No, you should pay for your own license.
I have money, baby. I feed you, you feed me. Oh, if
Mhm.
it's a mine. See you around.
Hmm.
Bye, chat.
Just gonna eat a little bit before we continue. Let's have a bit more, but that's a bit more. But let's see if we can do this these clips. So the only interesting thing is that if the art niches that use a clip set are not enabled, yeah, I guess I should have a vec of like, or something like a set of clips, name data, just data get. Yeah, I can just have a like used flag on clips art mesh data, and on clip set we can just say clip sets, and then use count can just be like have like a current use count. I don't even know why I have a use count in there, but let's do that. So we can just say clip sets dot mat set dot current use count equals 0. Hey, why is this a mud? That doesn't make any sense. md clipsets iter mut. And so then we can actually do that after rendering the art meshes. However, the clipsets are recursive. So one clipset could potentially use another clipset, I think. I'm actually not sure how that works in Live2D. I guess they have to be recursive because... Wait, no, hold on. Someone said they didn't work. I think I remember watching a video where clipsets didn't actually work recursively. I think so, yeah. So they're not recursive, actually. Yeah, I remember watching a video about that. Oh yeah, I should start using Clippy, but I'm being lazy. So yeah, let's just render everything here. So for draw item and draw items, we need to check the clip set. Textures, text is usize, bind group 1, dot bind group. And so bind group 2 would be the there's a mask. So if am dot clips, is it am not art mesh? There's no size for the clips. I think it's because I thought I had that. Clips returns a collection. It should, and collection should have a size or count. Sorry, it was called count. No. Actually, just say is empty, and we should implement that. In core rs. Collection, count, and it's empty. Yeah, that works. So clips, if it's not empty, why is this failing? Oh, because this is into iterator, but it's not a collection. Because I used the same thing for the iterator. But I think, okay, let's just say, I'll fix that later, but I think we can do an iterator. Rust iter, I think there's an iter where you can check if there's empty or something like that. Iterator, trait. Yeah, you can say just count, or you can even say if there's probably you can... Any... No. I guess I can just say count. Greater than 0. Yeah, we'll figure this out later. Okay. If count is greater than 0, I can just have like an item set or something like that. Because there was something I wanted to do here with a subtype. But let's not do that now because it'll be way too much shack shaving. Okay, if the count is greater than 0, then we need to set the bind group to the... Actually, wait, we can just query the clip set. Clip set equals md dot... not md. Where am I? Nd dot clipsets dot actually dot art. Hold on. It's an art mesh data, isn't it? Yeah, okay, so dot clip set. Does it do an as ref? I'm not sure about that. I think because it's copy, it should be fine. If we have a clip set, clip sets, IDX even, that clip set, copy trade, okay, sorry, mut, just and then we have clip dot texture unwrap as ref unwrap text equals so if we have we need a bind group in here too. And the sampler actually can just be a shared sampler. We don't need a separate sampler for every texture. Actually, the texture sampler can just be shared too. I don't know why the texture has the separate thing, but so hold on, did I just edit that wrong way? Yeah, we can just move that here. So the sampler can be in here. Mask sampler. wgpu sampler, and that can be moved into the main initialization here. So we don't need to create a separate one for all of those. And so then we do need a view and we need a bind group. That would just use the sampler. Actually, we can just, I guess this needs to be... bind group layouts, texture dot view. Is it view? No, it's just view. And then it's just device. Okay. So we need to pass the bind group out on the sampler. Mask sampler. The view is apparently, I know this one texture, yeah, so that's sort of there. I guess we probably don't even need to keep it here because the bind group will probably do all the right and stuff, but we do need the view for the render target, I think, though. So we have the bind group, and this is not model bind group. This is the mask and bind group. Let's just call this label. And so now we have all that, and go back down here. So we reset the usage count, and then if we have a clip set, we need to increase that. Bind group. Oh, this is an optional already? No. And this has to be mutt. Actually, no, it's and mutt. And then we render the clips after this. Clip in md.clip sets. If clip.cur use count is 0, continue. Otherwise, we need to render it. And so, iter. And so you basically copy and paste this, but simpler. So we need to create a render pass. Oh wait, no, but now this is backwards in the encoder. So that's not gonna work. We actually need to do it first. So let's, yeah, because this is all in the same encoder. Yeah, okay, since it's all in the same encoder, we have to do this first. So let's move this out and just count them first. And buff view, so we do this in here. Draw items, we can just check the opacity and all that. And then I'm just gonna get this onto the clip stuff. I think we can just do this here. Let's add some comments here. I should just call these masks, honestly, but So there's no one to just continue in this case.
You're having saba. Oh. Try it.
Hold on, this is it. And it's like that. No attachment. That's our attachment. Thank you. So I think you always render masks even if they're invisible, because I think that's used for tricks and stuff. Maybe? I'm not sure actually. But I think you do. I'm actually not sure if opacity applies to masks. I guess I would have to test that. Anyway, the color attachments is actually this one should be this one. This would be the mask render mask. So I need to create some attachments here. For UID in clip dot targets, and this would be md dot not md m dot art meshes dot get UID dot unwrap. Check the user count first. So yeah, I don't know if you're supposed to render clips. I guess we can try it real quick. Let's go back to our test rotation thing. Where's that? Test rot. And I need to create a clip set. How does that work? There's art mesh clip pointing to I art mesh, so we just add an art mesh clip. And then point to that. Test rot. And so that in here, I art mesh equals, for example, let's clip the visualization deformer to the main mesh. So it's I art mesh clips equals IDX and viz dot count art mesh clips equals 1. And so if we run that, we should get clipping on that. Cancel. Not like the reload. Yeah, okay, so you can see how it's clipped now. And so what happens if you disable the main mesh? If I just say art mesh, the test art mesh here, if I just mark it as 0.5 opacity, what happens? It's transparent like that. Okay, if I mark it as 0 opacity, yeah, it still clips. So we actually ignore opacity for the clips. We use the alpha channel because you can kind of see there how the alpha channel is being used. And so what about visibility? If we make the art mesh invisible. Okay, so visibility is used, but opacity is not used. And then if you set screen colors and multiply colors, set these to 1. So if I set multiply to 0, well, that's not going to do anything because it's only using alpha anyway, so multiply should not change anything. Actually, why didn't that work? Oh, because color Mach 1? It's supposed to be, the test texture is supposed to be using the first color. Oh, is it because it's still using the old color points? Maybe they're not even using the new thing? No, they should be though. Unless they use both. Or they maybe... Oh, okay, so... I see what they did. They used that index for non-blend shape parameters, and then they use the other ones for blend shape parameters because, of course... Okay. So yeah, that's just... multiplied to black. That doesn't do anything as far as the clip. And screen shouldn't do anything either. So actually I didn't figure out yet what screen does, what the math is for multiply and screen. I mean, multiply is obvious. What's the screen do? Is that just an add? I think it's just an add. Yeah, it looks like it. Like an add ignoring the sorry, actually because it's pre-multiplied, we need to multiply by the alpha, but I think it's just an add. And then the interesting thing is that... Is that changing this at all? I think it's not. If I set the... Let me set the opacity to 0 again. No, it doesn't do anything. Okay. So, the clipping only uses the alpha channel and is not affected by the uniforms and that stuff. So actually we don't even need the uniforms for the mask rendering. Which is good to know. Yeah, so for render mask, you only use the texture alpha we don't use the uniforms at all. So we might as well add the colors here. We multiplied P by the opacity and times the mask R, and so we need to also add the I guess we can just do that first. Times equals uArtMesh dot multiply color. Actually, can I just call the original fragments from here? That'll be easier, even. Just normal in var p equals if it's normal in, and then I can possibly just multiply by the texture. Does this compile? Missing card use count and clip sets. And I need to clone that, yeah. Attachment, I thought so. Oh, actually, no, we don't, because this is not this attachment. Let me just disable all this for now. Just make it compile. Okay, it does want attachment to clone. Sure. Entry port cannot be called. Okay, it doesn't like that. But I guess we could just have a separate function, though. And so we just need the text chords in the text chords. And opacity is not used for masks, but we do want the color. Though of course this is the compiler is probably going to optimize out the multiplies for the case where we are generating masks. So we would multiply times multiply color p.rgb and RGB plus equals screen color, and we need to clamp. Definitely need to clamp. But multiply color is scaled by. It's definitely scaled by the alpha of the. You know, sorry. RGB multiply color is fine, but screen color has to be multiplied by p.a. Is there a clamp to 1,0? There probably is. Saturate, probably? Yes. So then we can get the text color like this, and then multiply by opacity, and then for multiply, we just do that, and we multiply by opacity and do that other thing. And then for masked, I think we can just keep these at least like this for now. Normal, multiply, normal mask, multiply mask. And then for render mask, you would just take the normal shader. Or I guess we can just texture sample because that one's just doing the multiplying screen color, which we don't care about. And just return the first component, sorry, the alpha component. We are not using opacity for that one. Yeah, like that. Okay. And so, to actually render this, we need a pipeline that we use for rendering masks. So let's do that. This only needs the format, which means we can create it statically at the beginning. In new, let's say mask pipeline. Mask render pipeline. And so then the layout is actually the regular layout. It's pipeline layout because we don't have we don't even need the uniforms actually. We do need the camera uniforms. But it's really just a texture because we're running to the mask. So this is just self pipeline layout, which is just just pipeline layout. Then the vertex state is the same as always. This is just shader, which comes later, so we need to do that first. And those are fine. Then fragments. The FS entry is the FS render mask. And shader. And so the surface format is R8 uniform. The blend is red because there's just one. And for blend state, I don't know how this works for A actually. Because we're not using alpha at all, it's just R. So I think we just make something up. Hold on, is there an A8 uniform? No. So essentially, it doesn't matter. This is just like, yeah, this is source and source alpha and dest. So I guess we can just use alpha for this. And then make sure that in the shader we return it as an alpha channel and like 1, 1, 1. So then in the shader we would just say, just broadcast it like that. And that should do the right thing because it's basically alpha blending with the source alpha. And then 1 minus source alpha times dest. Yeah, I think that's the correct formula. And then I think it's basically just alpha blending for this. WGP blend state. And pre-multiplied alpha blending. So alpha blending is just over. Actually, no. Source factor, source alpha, source alpha, add. Yeah, pre-multiplied alpha blending would work. Yeah, pre-multiplied alpha blending works. That's basically what we're doing here. Oh, but the destination alpha is not... doesn't exist. Oh, sorry, that doesn't work. I need to do... color target state white mask. Yeah, there's no like swizzle or something like that to get the alpha only texture. I think. Oh, but you can use the texture component swizzle descriptor. Okay. Let's see if that's in here. No. Components. Yeah, I guess it's if it's R8, there's no alpha. It probably just says that it samples within A equals 1. Sampling. Sampler. Oh, not sampling. We are just render targets. So you have texture views, which normally is where you do that thing. Format, view dimension. There is a swizzle, but that requires a texture component swizzle, which we don't want to add random extensions for no reason. Okay, yeah, so for the blend components, it defaults to 0, 0, 1 respectively. That's actually a type in the spec to be 0, 0, 0, 1. Oh, sorry, green buffy, yeah, 0, 0, 1. And the source will always return that. And so, yeah, so we actually need to do a custom mode if we're doing it like this. So, alpha does not matter because it doesn't exist. Might as well just use replace. But for this, we need to use source factor, blend factor. So the source factor would just be source. And the dist factor would be 1 minus source. No, source factor is 1, sorry. Yeah. So source factor is 1. This factor is 1 minus source instead of source alpha. And that is basically alpha blending except on the R channel. Actually, 1 minus source alpha would also work because the texture, yeah, actually the shader is returning all the channels splatted anyway. But this I think makes a little more sense if we view it as all in the R channel. And then alpha is just replaced, but it doesn't actually matter because it's not used. Might as well say over in case we ever change that. And we only write red because there's only red. Okay, and we need the... No, wait, what's going on here? The limiter, wait, what happened here? Blend like that. This operation, yes. And it's just add. No, something's wrong here. Oh, this is sum. And right mask is outside of here, okay. Okay, fs render mask, fragment state, and then cool mode actually possibly needs to have both, yeah. I guess I might as well create both. Yeah, I guess we might as well create both for the cool modes. We don't need cool mode, we don't do recursive clipping masks or anything like that, so that's fine. So you can just say, device and where's the pipeline layout? And so we need the coal. So we just make those two mask pipelines. And this would be device, pipeline layout, device, pipeline layout, shader, false, and my code, true, device, pipeline call, and And so then in the rendering here, we can actually just use those pipelines. So, and render, clip masks. Set pipeline would be if artmesh.culling self dot mask pipeline call else no call. So we don't do this anymore. And we have the mask. Oh, we also need a mask invert in the uniform. So I forgot about that. In the art mesh uniform, we need a mask invert. Or even just mask factor. Oh no, mask it wouldn't be mask factor, mask invert. I guess it can be a U32. And so again, just having a get mask or even mask value needs the clip position. I guess you don't need saturate. It should just work anyway. 1 minus m. Return minus m. Else. Return m. And then here we can just say mask of value. Okay, so back to the render. We have, we need to add those in here. Mask invert would be art mesh. Invert mask. So there's our mask invert. And okay, let's go back. Finally, let's see if we can render these things. So we just need to create the attachments in the clip sets. That's the same way this is done in librs, where we have attachment, render past color attachment. And the view is clip dot texture dot unwrap dot view, and probably needs a as ref there or something like that. And then on load we would do a clear for 000, and so we do a store, so that is all correct. So this is attachment, some attachment. And then we ignore opacity, but actually do keep the visible flag. And then we set the bind group, uniform offset, set the textures. We don't set anything about the clip set because there's no clipping for that. And we need to set the vertex buffers. You don't care about that. Clip index in here. And then we do need the mask invert. Actually doesn't matter. None of these matter, actually. Uniforms do not matter for rendering masks. Even though they're going to be set anyway, because they this is going to set them for all the art meshes. I was just thinking about something. Mask rendering does not have to take into account order, right? Because anytime you have a set of masks, standard alpha blending is order independent if you don't have any color, I think. Because at the end of the day, you just have the total transparency through the set, which is independent of the order. So we don't have to worry about the order of the clip sets, which means this is correct. Okay, good. All right. The only thing I don't know is whether I think it's fine to use the render pass. Yeah, it's fine to use dependencies between render passes. So let's see what happens now. Okay, clip texture on wrap view. Yeah, okay. Texture dot as ref unwrap view. Let's see what happens. Well, first of all, it's broken. I can assign to this expression. Does not support assign. Oh, right, yeah. not the fiancee couple identifier in. Oh, right, this is clip position, which I need to take from here. And this is art mesh color in, not FS normal in. Oh, and that function call. Oh, mismatch on in. Ah, because it's only text chords. Okay, dot text. It's text chords. Yeah, I think you have to get an SP for that. Okay, so what happened now? Go ahead, encoder. Expect to bind good to be set at index 2. Mask render pipeline. Oh, I did something wrong then there. In render, we had the make mask pipeline layout. Right, there's no mask in this one. Oh, sorry, no, it's... because I referenced the wrong one. Mask is masked pipeline layout, so this actually needs to be the pipeline layout, not the mask pipeline layout. And get some water. Whew. Okay, now I messed up. I messed something up, but clearly something is working about masks. Fun. Apparently I am now a mask, all of me. So it's rendering white. Am I somehow getting the... that output in there? No, okay. What's going on? Is it because of the uniforms? Did I mess up the color? Because I just added the color stuff too. Let's not do this. So it might just be that. I might have messed up the multiply and screen colors. Okay. Masks do not work because I think I haven't enabled the masking yet, but we're back. So what happened with the multiply color and screen color? Well, multiply color hopefully is fine. Maybe I just switch them around. Multiply screen. Oh, hold on. Multiply color is an... Oh, hold on. This is a vec. I made it silly. Okay, hold on. Multiply color is a... is vec 3 aligned in MWGSL? That's the alignment of that. The alignment. Okay, Vic 3F is aligned. So, alignment of T, okay. Yeah, so Vec 3 of it's a 16 online. Okay, so we need some padding again. what happens if Vector is align 16, size 12. Ah, but you can put things after that and they do come, they don't align. So, we can optimize this a little bit by just reordering the things. We can say this is vec3 f32 and vec3 f32, and then we can just put opacity and mask invert in there like that, and that will kind of optimize it. So in render here, okay, so we're back, rendering normally, and so multiply color is fine, and screen color. Okay, so we're still fine. We fixed that, and now we just need to enable masking, which we actually haven't done yet. So down here, when we have the render clip masks. Yes, we have this mask false. Actually, I can just say aimdata.clipset.isSum. I think that's it. I don't think there's any other masking, any other place I need to set masking. Oh no, I do need to. Yeah, no, this is sorry, the texture. Okay, so that should work actually. That should just make it use the masking render function and Oops. Okay, that didn't work. Unwrap it on none value. Where? 878. Oh, there's no. Oh, sorry. I need to when I pre-create these in here, I need to make sure I also do that. And that means I need an art mesh data. Which means I need MD, and then it's gonna make pipeline. Yeah, so this doesn't work as the borrow checker, right? Yeah, so that make pipeline thing is the issue. I should find a better way of doing this. But I guess this works for now. Okay, bad up for a sec. Yeah, actually. It'd be fun to just have a mode that just does that. I guess it's basically just setting the screen color to FF for everything. Oh, there we go! Look, we have masking and it actually works! We have masking and it actually works! Yay! That took longer than intended, longer than expected. Yay, now it actually looks normal! Okay, and yeah, some things are kind of, I think the eyelashes are a little fancy. This is probably because of the MIP mapping. Actually, no, it looks quite reasonable even small. Even though it's not mid-mapped. That's kind of surprising. Ah, yeah, when you go really small, you can see the pixelation when you get really small. You probably can't see it in the stream, but it does look weird. So yeah, I do eventually want to add mid-maps, but actually it's surprisingly fine without mid-maps. I expected worse. Well, for this model anyway, which is not that high res. If it's a higher res model, you probably want mid-maps. Okay. So how much work is it to do parameter interpolation? Honestly, less than this, because most of the time was spent on like rendering shenanigans here. Let me take a quick break. I'll be right back and decide if I try to do parameters. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. I think I'm going to stop here for today because I don't want to spend too long, and even though parameters is not going to take that long, I think, at least without the blend shapes. It would be a little too long. I think I want to take a break. So we're gonna call it a day, and just leave it here. At least we have a nice screenshot of the model, and it actually looks correct. So yeah. Let me change the size to a little bit bigger. The 0.5. Let's do it times 2 for the Twitter shot. This scale is only for a test render, so I don't really care that much. There we go. All right, gonna call it a day. We have a model that actually renders properly now, and with masking, just need to make it move a little bit. So let's take some stuff into okay. So we have masks. Yeah, we have masks. I think we can get more than parameters done next time. It's not gonna be that long, and parts is easy. That's just opacity. I think is the only thing those do, and the colors. Actually, am I applying the colors? Yeah, I am applying the colors for the deformers, but not parts yet. So I would have to do that. Go up the part tree and stuff, but that's really easy. Yeah. So what we're gonna do next time is most of the work in the drivers. So we would have to have a map of parameters and add some functions for setting parameters, and then essentially this part where we get the forms, and this is just a hack right now, we would have to look up the positions for all the inbound parameter values, and essentially for every mapped parameter for a for anything that is can have a mapping to a parameter, you would get 2 different forms for every mapped parameter. Actually, not 2 for every parameter. You would have for this one, it's a multiplication, so it's like 2 times 2 times 2. It's like 2. It's a factor of 2 for every parameter that into the numbers of forms that you need, and then I would need to compute essentially a weighting for every single one of those based on the input parameter values. And so this can be a little bit of an interesting, like, multi-dimensional something math. And then I would just flatten out all the forms by those weight values. That gives me the final form. And that also works for blend forms, but those are not multiplicative. So I want to flatten out into a list of forms and then have like a semi-optimized kind of blend function that eventually could be, because that would be sent to the GPU if we were doing a compute. So the list of forms and the list of weights, do that, and then you would take those forms and the final value and use it instead of what we had before. And it'd be the same for rotation and warp, just with different fields getting blended. And also art meshes would work like that. So we need like a here where it gets vertices, I'd have to do another thing with the input parameters. Same story. I'll probably just add like a generic sort of blend vertices function or something like that that does what it's supposed to do. And then yeah, that's pretty much the story. I think I'd make it like a helper so I can help do the blending in more optimized ways and not rewrite the same code all the time. So yeah, that's that. And then you would plug that in and you would get animation that's not that hard. So that's gonna be the plan for next time. Thank you all for coming. See you next time. Bye bye. Bye bye.